Welcome back. Another Assassin's Creed Revelations stream. With the second stream today, since we now have finished the Lost and Damned DLC for GTA 4. We're also gonna be trying to get closer to the ending of this game today. And yeah, there's actually not that much left at this point of the story. We have 3 more sequences, one of which is quite short. And 2 more side missions, and then we're essentially done with the game. So yeah, I think depending how we do with the stealth challenge, there's a good chance we will be getting very close to finishing the game today. Also, hey there Jay, welcome in, and good morning. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, let me just go ahead and do the affinity fix here, which you have to do every time you launch Revelations. And there we go. So currently at 82% total sync. That's true. I mean, Fridays are always nice. Couple of 3 days ahead of you. While I was off stream, I actually figured out that you have to collect 20 data fragments in the game before you can buy the Ishak Pasha Memoir Pages map. And I did that and also collected all 10 of them, so we can directly start with the tomb today. And of course we also have the Master Assassin mission down there. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go and start with the hidden tomb.
He will end up dead or in a dungeon.
Wonder how many books we can buy once we are in Cappadocia, because there's gonna be quite a few you have to buy before you can trigger the final and secret Sophia cutscene. I think you probably have to spend about 300k total to get all the books there. That definitely needs still a bit of money. Hagia Sophia's secret. Renowned for his valor and courage, the remains of the Turkish assassin Ishak Pasha are buried in an underground tomb accessible through Hagia Sophia. Full sync, complete the level within 6 minutes. Love that AC1 music here.
Back up in case I fall.
Yeah, if you were wondering, that was me playing the sound bit that was in the game. Since his voice sounds actually a bit deeper now that he's in his like 50s or something. Speaking of Jerusalem, because the soundtrack is actually related to Jerusalem, I believe, that we're currently hearing. Actually taking over the city for the assassins, yeah? Oh yeah, the armor of the Ottoman Vizier Ishak Pasha. It's actually one of my favorite armors in the game. I like the way the clothing kind of like interacts with the armor plates. And it's still not looking like overly bulky, I don't think. And then you also have like the face mask, which, you know, unveils your identity. Let me also go ahead and actually add this outfit to kind of like the outfit reward as well, so people can choose it if they want to. Every time we kind of like unlock a new outfit, I'm gonna add it to the you know, list of outfits possible to be redeemed.
Excellent. See you next time.
Right, and then I guess we can do the final Master Assassin mission over here. It's also gonna be the trickiest, I think, to 100%. Because it should be the one where the merchant can't take any damage, and he's gonna be like attacked from multiple sides by multiple waves of enemies. So yeah, there's also like a big chance he somehow is gonna take at least from one person damage. And you gotta like restart the entire mission. That one usually takes me at least a couple tries to get right. So Quadra Bomb's actually quite good. There should be like impact ones as well. That's the ones that work the best here against those enemies, because smoke bombs can kind of like have a shorter effect on movement. Then we can also call in the assassins to help us as well.
What on earth is he doing?
The Champion Part 2. In retaliation for the assassin's interference with his plan to kill a local printer, the champion has shifted his ire to the printer's father. Find the champion before he strikes. Full sync. Do not let the Herald lose any health. Yeah, that's the tricky part here.
Ezio, do you remember the printer we sent into hiding?
I do. And I remember the Templar brute who nearly killed him.
That same brute has now set his sights on the printer's father, a local herald.
A cruel way to draw his real target out into the open, no? We should warn the father and get rid of this Templar.
The last mission with Duccio as well. Just not the one that you think that he is.
Scusi.
And hey Verot, welcome in. And thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a great stream today with Tomb Raider and the start to your 10th anniversary playthrough. Ava, Afro, Lucinda, Mola Seket hippie. Welcome in, everybody. And yeah, good morning, afternoon, evening. Just getting started with some revelations today. I finished Lost and Damned DLC for GTA 4 earlier. And yeah, I figured we could also try to do the same with revelations today. Currently working on the last side mission in the game before we can fully focus on main story. And of course, it's also the most annoying Master Assassin mission to fully complete, because it's the one where the Herald can't lose any health to fully sync. But yeah, still try number 1, so let's see how it goes, I guess. But yeah, I hope you guys had a good time watching some Tomb Raider today.
Your son has stirred up some trouble. Enough that the men looking for him may come for you now.
My son? But he is a humble printer, and I a simple herald. Why would anybody want to hurt us?
Words can wound like any blade, amigo.
Ezio, I think we are being watched. Can you see anything?
Templars, do you see them?
Evet, Mentor.
Get him! You won't get away this time! Get away! Double go visit my uncle. Aha! No man! I see for you! Got to get away! Double!
Well, there you go. We finished the full sync requirement. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, definitely went quite well. I managed to trigger the final mission quite fast, because I've done one of the gym kind of like activities off stream. And then when I logged back into the game today, I got the message from Jim immediately to start the Pen Ultimate mission. So it didn't take us too long, fortunately, to get the rest of the missions done for that. But yeah, it was good to, you know, replay that again. And get refreshed on his storyline before we kill him in GTA 5, I guess. Hagia, when was the last time I did the challenges in AC Revelations? You're trying to do the crafted bomb of each shell and in fact, but it's not working. Spent like 3 hours trying. That's weird. Maybe you have to kind of like use the bomb as well. Kind of like make the game think that you actually did craft it and use it. I would try that maybe, you know, like craft each bomb type and then also use it at least once. Pretty sure that should take care of it. Rotter was great, thanks. Did a stream of some more behind the scenes videos for the game, and then covered the prequel comic before actually starting the playthrough. I gotcha. That's cool. You know, kind of like really like celebrating everything around the game. Like also the process behind making it and all the additional kind of like lore. Definitely sounds like an awesome start to an annual kind of like celebration stream. Yeah, those are the cord trip bombs, hippie. Kind of like hinder the movement of anybody who walks on them. Yeah, unfortunately you gotta restart the entire memory if you fail the full sync requirement. Because even reloading a checkpoint by setting yourself back would still have a full sync failed. Let's play AC3. Yeah, it's gonna happen soon enough. Don't worry. The search for Charles Lee has to continue. Yeah, definitely don't rot, you know. Like, what an end to a character. That we spent an entire DLC with.
Ezio, do you remember the printer we sent it? The hiding?
I do. And I remember the Templar brute who nearly killed him.
That same brute has now set his sights on the printer's father, a local herald.
A cruel way to draw his real target out into the open, no? We should warn the father and get rid of this Templar.
Oh, that's really cool, Rod, that people also worked on Red Dead 1 and Prince of Persia.
Your son
Worked on the game.
stirred up some trouble.
Definitely makes sense in some ways, I guess, you know.
Him may come for you now.
My son? But he is a humble printer, and I a simple herald. Why would anybody want to hurt us?
Words can wound like any blade, amigo.
Ezio, I think we are being watched. Can you see anything?
Templars, do you see them?
Evet, Mentor.
Kill him!
Oh, come on. No. Oh, Jesus. There's way too many of these guys. It's actually annoying. Yeah, definitely is a contender for my favorite one as well, Rod.
I remember the Templar brute who nearly killed him.
That same brute has now set his sights on the printer's father, a local herald.
A cruel way to draw his real target out into the open, no? We should warn the father and get rid of this Templar.
Information on the location of the Tajir, Manuel.
Mi scusi, signore.
Oducho is actually the assassin hippie.
Enough that the men...
They managed to recruit somebody to the Brotherhood that was called Duccio,
Son?
which I found really funny.
A humble printer, and I a simple herald. Why would anybody want to hurt us?
Words can wound like any blade, amigo.
Ezio, I think we are being watched. Can you see anything?
Templars, do you see them?
Evet, Mentor.
That as well, you know, like, for some reason you can't call in the assassins, which I think is really odd, that they just take it away from you all of a sudden.
Why are the Janissaries here?
Oh, come on. Kill him.
Get him! Aha! Get him! Not firing! I'm losing him! Got to get away. Double touch. Oh! Get away.
I'm
Double.
too young to die! Hipissimo! I'm too young to die!
Why are you attempting to achieve?
If you draw your weapon, this man dies. Now bring me the printer. Bring me this man's son. What the hell are you waiting for?
For you to wise up.
Hurry! I will kill this man. Are you proud of your kill, assassin? Do you expect praise for murdering a better and braver man? You have taken my life, but you cannot erase my legend, my power, my influence. Men feared me, even as they did my bidding. That is the mark of a true leader.
Big wasted. Due to an assassin? Yeah. Got his life around and joined for a good cause finally. Ava Anakin, welcome in. He's almost never working when you needed him to, so you named him Printer. Amazing. I killed Kratos. Yeah. Bought and beat a combo. A strong. Hagia, you watched a video for the challenge, you only crafted bombs, no combat, and it worked. Followed exactly the same steps, didn't work. It really sucks. You know? Was that like a recent video or like more of an older one? Because sometimes like patches or like newer versions can also change the way those kind of like challenges work. Or what the game considers to be like a checkpoint. Georgios Kostas was a force of nature, a pugilist with a reputation for incredible strength and brutality. In his teen years, inspired by a desire for worldwide recognition, he left Greece to participate in a series of fighting tournaments throughout Thrace. After years of successful contests, his legendary exploits caught the attention of the Templars, and he soon became more famous and feared than he had ever imagined possible. Nice, that finishes all of the assassin challenges, I believe. And that also unlocks a new weapon as part of the Assassin Brotherhood. Okay then. Yeah, I think that is all of the side missions done in the game now that we wanted to do. Let's have a look. So all of the tombs have been done, which is only 2 of them, really. The Impaler tomb and Hagia Sophia, which we've done earlier. We recruited all of the assassins to the Brotherhood. We upgraded every assassin to Master Assassin. We've done all of the faction headquarter missions for the thieves and the mercenaries. We've done all of the book quests and all of the Piri race mission as well, which are kind of like the bomb missions in the game. We don't do all of the challenges here, and we don't complete like all of the treasures or something. So that means we have finished all of the side content we're gonna be doing for Revelations. And we can now essentially work entirely on finishing the rest of the main story, which is like about 3 sequences left at this point. So yeah.
Indeed, it seems everyone.
Let's do some main story, shall we? Yeah, fair enough, Harbinger. I'm not sure why that is happening. Or if maybe certain ingredients are like locked behind later sequences or something.
You are not allowed up here.
But yeah, if it is an actual bug, then you know, that's just nothing you can really do about it, I guess. Unfortunately. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, it feels good to get all of that content done. Because a lot of the main stories now like happening back to back, really, and we can really like follow that flow.
What on? He's got the
Yeah, the dog was saying hi too. Yeah, wanted to make herself known as well. Okay, so I definitely still need money here, so I'm gonna go and send at least a few people into missions. We're looking for like the special kind of missions because they award us with more money overall. Like this is more like a low, money mission. But the next part might have like lots more money, so I'm gonna do this regardless. Marseille, by any other name, part 2. Our efforts to obscure our presence in the city have been successful. Now we must rebuild, recruit disgruntled soldiers from King Louis' exhausted army, and grow our ranks. Let's also reclaim Madrid here. Which should be the last city to take over. We have Jerusalem Brokers of Peace Part 1. There's not been a stable assassin guild in Jerusalem for over a century. Assess your resources and begin recruiting. Oh damn, 8,000 Akshay here for this one. That's the kind of mission I'm looking to get. Rabbits with a Cause. Part 3. Captain Doria's reward was only a mild success, and his name is now known to the French vessels ruling Genoa. Protect the captain and escort him out of the city before the French find him. Okay, that works. I want to keep the other assassins here to assist me in missions. Can actually get 100% assassin control on cities. Not permanently, because it's always gonna like automatically lower, I think. Yeah, you can technically get every city to 100%, I guess, at the same time, I would reckon. But not for very long.
What on earth is he doing?
What an eccentric man. I use only...
Okay, let's restock some of the parachutes here.
Another satisfied client. Adio. The most distinguished...
I'm gonna restock on everything before the next main story here.
I just cower.
How does he stay so big?
Hope I'm not surprised.
Sayun Auditore! Word around the city is you're leaving us.
Is nothing I do a secret.
Not to worry, brother. The captain of your ship is a friend, but neither of you are going anywhere just yet. The Janissaries have raised the chain across the mouth of the Halij and ordered a full blockade until you are caught.
They raised the chain for me.
We will celebrate later. Here, I have something for you. Careful. This has 50 times the kick of our usual bombs.
50 times. That's a bit. Setting sail. Manuel has fled the city by sea, and the Janissaries want Ezio dead. Evade the Janissaries and leave the city in pursuit of Manuel. Full sink. Do not kill anyone with blades.
Bene, I know what to do.
The suspense is palpable.
Yusuf, wait. Un favore.
Yes?
There is a woman running a bookshop at the old Polo trading post. Sophia. Look out for her. She is a remarkable lady.
You have my word.
Gather your men. This will attract some attention.
Some noble thug, no doubt. I know that.
Dear, lead the way. Come back anytime.
Okay, that's just bullshit. The tree is dealt with the courtesans and all of a sudden they just attack me. But I guess that's also something that can happen. Guess I'm just gonna try to lure them away with a bomb instead, if the courtesans aren't reliable here.
Get in front of him! Bring him down!
Those ships are armed! They're waiting to stop your boat! You take care of them! We will clear the docks! Ah! Fire!
What the fuck?
I like the way you think, Ezio!
What the fuck was that?
He's getting away! Die now! Get out of the way!
Come on, assassin. Get him away from me. So I can't kill him with a blade, right? But I can kill him with poison.
Fast! He's getting away!
Yanlış yaptın ahmak. Baştan başla.
Don't let him reach the ship!
You will not get through. We'll get him.
Yours is not a subtle approach.
See. Sorry for the delay.
Something, don't you? You know what's out there. I have a hunch, yes. Come on, Bill, you never do anything halfway. What do you think we'll find? If we're lucky, another prize. If we're very lucky, something that'll end this miserable war. You're talking over my head, mate. Listen, Sean, I have no idea what we're gonna find. But I do know that whatever it is, the Templars can't have it.
Do you regret anything, Desmond?
Like what?
Running away? Leaving your parents behind, finding a shit job and pretending to be productive? What's it like spending your whole life avoiding hard decisions?
Come on.
Sure, you're an assassin, but it wasn't your choice.
Do you have a point?
I want to know if you regret anything.
Sure. I wish I'd been more patient with my parents. I wish I'd listened. And Lucy. Maybe things could have been different if I'd... I'm not sure.
Thank you.
For what?
For making sense.
It's a rare thing nowadays for people to make sense, I guess. Or Clay at least. Yeah, more love. It was so weird. The jump where Ezio attempted to go into water and then ended up jumping on the ship instead. It was very elegant. Yeah, that's true, I guess, Anakin, you know. I definitely seen that being pointed out a couple times before. I guess they just really had to make that spectacular shipyard mission, you know. But yeah, I do think Ubisoft Montreal does have a love relationship with ships. Considering they've always been there in AC1 to Brotherhood, you know, Revelations, and then of course AC3, the actual ship system, and driving one yourself, and a Black Flag that's having even a bigger focus. But yeah, I think every of their games had like ships in there in some kind of like shape or form. But yeah, time to start sequence 7.
I have left Constantinople and set sail for the interior of Anatolia, to a region called Cappadocia, where Manuel is training his soldiers. If I am lucky, I will not be alone, for there may be Ottoman spies in the area waiting to strike. But, as ever, I put stock only in myself, and hold the memory of dear Sophia close to my heart. Claudia, you would laugh to hear the racing thoughts of your brother now. I have come to admire Sophia with more affection than I thought possible. After the death of Christina, something withered in me. But that feeling, that capacity for love, has returned. I adore Sophia, but dare not drag her into this life of mine. Not without fear of hurting her, or driving her away. Evidence of an army here, and no signs of Tariq's men.
The Hidden City. Pursuing Manuo Palaiologos, Ezio has come to a region called Cappadocia. Locate the missing Ottoman spies and work with them to find the Templars. Full sync, do not get detected. One thing I love about this sequence is that you have this actual cloak for Ezio. And I wish you had that as a permanent outfit you could be using in the entire game of Revelations. Does remind me a little bit of the cloaks in Valhalla, actually.
Why do we always get that ready?
So I do think this is still considered to be part of the main story, and I can't be detected right now going there. Let's see. Yeah. I always like in the AC games when you have like more regions than just like one city, you know. Even though I do like one major city. Also nice to have these like extra regions that kind of like change the environment quite a bit, you know. Like Cappadocia is like totally different kind of area than, you know, Constantinople being like in the middle of like a cave like this. With soldiers everywhere. Having taken like complete control.
Quite the athlete, the old man. What big problem?
Whoops. Guess he jumped into my target there.
Not so close, Adi Herif.
Easy now. Tarek sent me.
Only you? Why not more?
I am enough. Where are your men?
Captured by Byzantines over a week ago. I was just to look like a slave and managed to escape. But the others? Are you a capable fighter?
I like to think so.
Well, when you are certain, come find me.
Dilara. A Turkish woman born in the Topkapi harem, Dilara was raised from birth to honor the Sultan and his family, and trained to desire nothing more than a fine husband and a lofty station in life. This strict set of boundaries did not please or amuse her, however, and she quickly gained a reputation as an ill-mannered and brazen upstart. This suited her just fine, as did a janissary named Tarek Baleti, who quite admired her boldness. Taken by her charms, Tarek eventually arranged for her to release to work as an envoy for the janissaries, half out of kindness and half hoping this would win Dilara's affection. It did not, and became a much source of grief for Tarek in his later years. Yeah, there's gonna be some tricky stealth missions in this sequence. I wanna go ahead and get some actual smoke bombs with impact, medium range, I guess, and then phosphorus for the dense black smoke. These bombs are fine, and the diversion pouch as well. Also, give me just one sec. Okay, that should work. One thing I definitely have to do is checking out the bookstore in Cappadocia, because I do want to buy all the books here, or as many as I can at least. Since there's some that are unique to this location. But also quite expensive, so I think I can maybe buy 2 of them. Yeah, quite expensive. Okay, let's go ahead and buy Digenis Akritas by... I don't know. And then we can also buy the Tarrant L'Eau Blanc. Then I still need another, like, yeah, 190, 200k pretty much for the last 2 books here.
Please come again.
Did you happen to see that? We caught another of the Sultan's spies lurking about. A woman this time, disguised as a harlot of low birth.
Sending his harem girls now, eh? It seems the Sultan is running out of skilled fighters. Where did you take her?
Inside, into the prisons. But she won't last long. Not with Shakulu in charge.
The Spy Who Shunned Me. The spy Dilara has been discovered and imprisoned by the Byzantines. Now her fate is uncertain. Find and rescue Dilara before it is too late. Posink, do not kill anyone. Ava Grace, welcome in. Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
How soon before my soldiers are trained to use those guns?
A few weeks at most.
Janissaries will know I have betrayed them by now. But do they have the resources for retribution?
Doubtful. The Sultan's battle with Selim commands most of their attention.
What the hell is that smell?
Apologies, Manuel. Some of these Ottoman prisoners are so fragile.
Shakulu, try to moderate your anger. I know the Sultan humiliated your people, but there is no need to spit on men who are beneath us.
You, take the woman from the prison and bring her to the chapel.
Shakulu, I don't have the key.
Find it!
Who has the key? You?
I think Nicholas has it. He's on leave in the market.
Christemu, I'd like to run that man through with a spear.
That voice actor for Shakulu is such a legend. The way he always manages to change his voice like completely. Okay, so we still can't kill anybody. What did I get a detection there? I mean, we didn't get detected, but somebody investigated me. Oh, good wohl. Grace doing alright, having another relaxed morning, late in bed for a bit, and now getting up to get coffee. Very nice. That sounds good. I hope you enjoy your coffee.
You are welcome.
Aman Allah. What is that?
Not everyone was taken prisoner.
Poor men. Allah City Kutsasın. That Turkmen renegade did this. Shakulu. I'll kill him!
Wait!
Not if I kill him first. So the next mission is one mission where you have to have V-Sync enabled to get the next checkpoint to trigger. Otherwise you're getting stuck on this mission and you can't finish the game. Another thing you don't really have to deal with if you're playing on console.
What? How peculiar.
You do not cooperate very well.
I'm here to rescue my men, not make friends. Right there.
That armor is too thick for bullets. I will have to get in close.
Janos, we have to help him.
The Renegade. Shakulu is torturing the remaining Ottoman prisoners. Kill Shakulu before any more die. Full sync. Do not let Janos lose more than half of his health. Okay, in this moment you have to enable V-Sync. The game can still sometimes crash full. There's no guarantee here.
Men who make a fetish out of murder deserve no pity.
Very little is known about the life of the legendary rebel leader Shakulu, except that he was born into an oppressed Turkmen tribe in eastern Anatolia. Though raised within the boundaries of the Ottoman Empire, Shakulu fell in with the Templars after an Ottoman ambush left him orphaned and alone. Raised from youth by Safavid sympathizers and later Templar ideologues, his hatred for the Ottoman Turks was matched only by his furious determination to eliminate all opposition to the Templar ideology. His uncertain partnership with Manu was formed partly out of a shared sense of ideology and partly out of a bitter convenience. The Byzantines, after all, hadn't been much kinder than the Ottomans to his people. Yeah, that's what I mean. The game crashed. That can happen during this mission as well. It's super annoying. It's like either you have V-Sync off and you know, the game kind of like freezes and you can't continue, or you have V-Sync on and the game has a chance to crash. Every time it's the same. And again. Thanks, game. Now the game isn't even closing by itself immediately. It's just like stuck on the screen for me. Okay, there we go. Another try, I guess. So for the bomb challenges and AC revelations, to get the crafted bomb with every shell type, you need to access the crafting station, dismantle all bombs, and then for lethal pouch, tactical pouch, and diversion pouch, you choose each shell type in the order they are spread out. It doesn't matter what gunpowder effect you choose, as long as you craft a bomb with each shell type of each type of bomb. I gotcha. That's good to know, actually, you know, in case I need to trigger that again for the challenge at some point. But yeah, hopefully that helps you out, Harbinger. It really is rot, you know. That's the joys of PC gaming sometimes.
You die now!
Oh Jesus, immediately? Are you shitting me? Immediate crash. Okay, what I'm gonna try now is I'm gonna reload the game and then turn VSync off again, because we did get past the checkpoint that we had to get. So VSync on isn't required anymore, necessarily. But yeah, that's ridiculous. Wow. It crashed even faster this time. Okay, let's try running the game as administrator. Maybe that does anything. Jesus, I don't think I've this many crashes yet on that mission before. Yeah, it's like immediate crash. What the fuck? Jesus. Why? Why game? Why? Can't do much different here as well. What I guess I could try is actually setting the hertz to 60. I haven't done that. I think I should try that. Maybe that's the issue here. Yeah, let's set the hertz to 60. Easing on. That should technically fix it. If it doesn't, then I don't know what's happening here.
Sen çok yaşadın Lara.
Can you walk?
Evet.
The rifles you brought, they should be destroyed.
Most of them don't actually work. But the gunpowder is real. We could not fake that.
Bene. Keep out of sight until you hear the explosions. Then you run.
Explosions? If you do that, all hell will break loose. You will panic the entire city.
See, I am counting on it.
And then what?
Then I find Manuel Palaiologos.
Yeah, still not a fan of that decision by Ezio, you know, like risking the entire city only to get his target. You can also tell that she's not very fond of that idea either, you know, like putting everybody at risk just to get one person. Okay, but yeah, that actually did it. I guess turning on V-Sync wasn't enough. We had to also take care of the hurts. Let me just do the affinity fix again, and then we should be good for the rest of the missions here. But yeah, that was annoying, to say the least. A damn Harbinger, so it's a 2012 bug. But there is a workaround then? Or is there like no way to fix it?
This is gunpowder, not millet! I got it!
Decommissioned. The weapons taken from the Ottomans have been locked away. Infiltrate the weapon depot and destroy the gunpowder. Full sync. Do not take any damage. Played 60 FPS, I suppose. That's not enough, I guess, you know, like I could limit the FPS to 60 via graphic panel and it wouldn't fix the mission either. You actually gotta play at 60 Hz, which isn't what my monitor is set to. I have 144 Hz. So, yeah. Gotta make sure of that as well. I gotcha, Harbinger. That really sucks. You know. Thankfully the challenges aren't required to get 100% sync for Revelations, but I mean, it sucks if you wanna like literally do everything in the game, you know.
I told you about
Okay, so I can't kill anybody, right? And I also have to be stealthy? Oh, I can't take any damage, never mind. Right, but I can kill all of them. Go for... Oh, come on. Seriously. It's some bullshit, you know, like the line was literally connecting to the other guy and it still hit the wall. That's not fair. That's not the first time that happened either. And hey there, Pix, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream today? How was Mafia? Thanks for a shout out there to Hitpix Rod. Also want to give a shout out to Rod as well, if you haven't checked out either of them yet. If not, then definitely consider doing so. But yeah, I hope you had a good time with Mafia. How far did you get into the game today? It didn't quite work. Okay. The very short. I gotcha, Hitpix. Let's go progressful. How many chapters does Mafia actually have? What the? He didn't see me. Can't tell me he saw me there. I wasn't in his sight whatsoever. There's a tree here. How did he see me through the wall? Oh man. It's like the second bullshit detection today. About 20 on classic mode. Okay. That's a decent length, I guess. For a game like that. Separate counter for bullshit detections. Yeah. I would say that have been most of the detections so far. We're just thinking to yourself, how the heck did I even get detected there? Yeah, no worries, Harbinger. I'm quite sure that it isn't. That it isn't required to 100% get 100% sync. Because they were also not required in Brotherhood to get 100% sync either. And I think it's the same in this game. I can tell you more about that later if you want, because there's a good chance we will finish the game today. And I've done all of the missions except for the challenges, so I can tell you if it works or not. But yeah, it should. Okay. This is literally the exact same way that happened the other time, and there's like no logical reason for me to get detected there. The guy was poisoned, and the other guys just saw me for some reason. So I'm gonna make an exception for this part of the mission. I'm gonna delete the previous detection as well, because that's just 2 times it happened literally the same way, which means there's a pattern for them just to detect you once they spot like a dead body or something. And there's like no way they could have seen me through a wall, other than that being a bug or something. So
was I right? Was the new girl that been going on?
yeah, gotta get around the leaf. Yeah, that's just... See that? Like they're programmed in a way to draw you into combat. Of course, it also aligns with the forcing requirement with do not take any damage, you know. But yeah, just fair, you know, they just immediately detected me even though, you know, they're supposed to like have a filled detection meter. So it's definitely meant to be like a forced like detection type of thing. Of course I didn't get hit by that. Yeah, these guys also just detected me all of a sudden, for no reason.
What? Where did he go?
There a welcome sign hanging somewhere I haven't seen.
Anyone see what happened?
Another 300 action yesterday. Ha! What a racket!
they had any idea how much money we make from their corpses.
I admit the Ottoman are able administrators. Trust like by the earth. But when will we strike and take all of us?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird mission in terms of like stealth, because some people will like attack you and some are designed not to do that. But it's definitely trying to force you into combat for the full sync requirement of not taking any damage, you know. So kind of have to make an exception there for some of the parts of a mission.
Pistol Triaros in ready.
Sabotage, Manuel. You need to take cover.
Get out of my way! Citizens, soldiers, compose yourselves. Do not give in to fear. We are the true shepherds of Constantinople. We are the lords of this land. We are Byzantines. Coraio, stand fast. Do not let anyone break it. Oh, stop that man! Cut him down!
The last of a Palaiologi. Manuel Palaiologos is trying to calm his people amid the chaos of the explosions. The perfect opportunity to kill him and recover the final Masyaf key. Full sync, not take any damage. Yeah, sounds good, Harbinger. I would also just concentrate on some other stuff and then I can tell you later, you know, if you have to do it for 100% or not.
Don't worry, he won't get far. I'm with you.
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown here. We'll catch him either way. You take advantage of our poor and displaced people, using us to further your own vain quest. But we fight for dignity, assassin. We fight to restore peace to this troubled land.
Templars are always quick to talk of peace, but very slow to concede power.
Because power begets peace, Flaka. It cannot happen in reverse. These people would drown without a fair hand to lift them up and keep them in line.
There he is. The monster I came to kill.
I should have been Constantine's successor. He had so many plans.
Your dream dies with you, Manuel. Your empire is gone.
Ah. But I am not the only one with this vision, assassin. The dream of our order is universal. Ottoman, Byzantine. These are only labels. Costumes and facades. Beneath these trappings, all Templars are part of the same family.
Enough prattling. I am here for the Masyaf key.
Then take it. Take it. Seek your fortune. See if you get within 100 leagues of that library before one of us finishes you off. May you walk the land of the Dwarves.
Palaiologi. I should not have put him in charge of our Masyaf expedition. He was an arrogant man. Impossible to keep in line.
You disappoint me, Ahmed. Why the Templars?
Because I am tired of all of these pointless blood feuds that pit father against son, brother against brother. To achieve true peace, mankind must think and move as one body, with one mastermind. The secrets in the Grand Temple will give us just that. And Altair will lead us there.
Delusions! Altair's secrets are not for you.
I am not interested in arguing, Ezio. I am here for the Masyaf keys.
Keys? Are there more than this one?
So I have heard. Perhaps I should ask someone who knows better. Sophia Sarto. Is that her name?
She knows nothing! Leave her be!
We shall see.
I will kill you if you touch her!
I know you'll try.
Escape. The Templars now led by Prince Ahmed have threatened to kill Sophia if Ezio does not hand over the Masyaf keys. Leave Cappadocia and make haste to Constantinople. Full sync, do not lose more than half of your health. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. No kidding, Anakin. What a bastardo. Planning the death of his nephew as well. And then, you know, threatening Sophia.
Niccolo Polo. Our time together was brief, I know. But I have faith this codex will answer the many questions you have yet to ask.
Altair, this gift is invaluable. Grazie.
So, where will you go next?
Back to Constantinople for a time. We will establish a guild there before returning to Venezia.
Your son Marco will be eager to hear his father's wild stories.
He is a little young for such tales, but one day soon, see?
Father, a vanguard of Mongols has broken through. The village is overrun.
Niccolo, your cargo and provisions are waiting for you by the village gates. We will escort you there.
Thank you, Mentor.
Ready the catapults and watch for my signal. Stay close.
Let's...
Niccolo and Maffeo Polo. Brothers born in Venice around 1230 current era or so, these two seemed bred from birth to be explorers. In the early 1250s they left their native country for Constantinople, both barely 20 years old, with dreams of cashing in on the ongoing Latin occupation of the ancient city. That same year they opened a trading post and quickly established themselves as men of vision and talent. Over the next few years, the brothers traveled between their new home and Florence, staying long enough to keep ties strong and, in Niccolo's case, father a child named Marco. But even the sacred domestic duty could not tame the fire in Niccolo's belly, and the brothers returned to Constantinople shortly after Marco's birth. In 1256, the brothers sailed south to Acca, and from there traveled to Masyaf at the invitation of a man named Darim, whom they had befriended the previous year. Once they arrived, Niccolo and Maffeo Polo found themselves in the company of a legendary assassin mentor, Altair ibn Lahat. It was a meeting that proved as life-altering as it was mysterious. After spending barely a month in Altair's company, Niccolo and Maffeo were changed men. Now devoted assassins, they left Masyaf on the eve of a Mongol attack, carrying Altair's codex and 5 strange artifacts, their value immeasurable and their purpose unclear. After many weeks of hardship and tragic losses, most notably of the codex, which unceremoniously fell into the hands of a raiding Mongol party, the Polo brothers returned to their trading post in Constantinople and began the long process of establishing a functional assassin guild, drawing on locals from all corners of the region, Greeks and Turks, Albanians and Jews, Genoese and Arabs. But the efforts could not erase the shame of having lost Altair's valuable codex, and in 1259, after hiding Altair's 5 artifacts with great care, they left the city they had called home for nearly a decade, and headed east to seek the reigning Mongol Khan on an errand that would only be completed decades later by Niccolo's son, Marco. That's good to hear, Carbon. Glad you're doing well. And yeah, I'm also doing good. We finished the Lost and Damned DLC for GTA 4 earlier, and now we're trying to also finish Revelations today too. So yeah, bringing a couple of the stories here to a close, but yeah, it's been a good time so far. Should we finish Revelations today, I also want to watch Assassin's Creed Embers, which is kind of like a short movie about the ending days of Ezio. Yeah, Anakin, that's definitely one of the moments you have to criticize about Ezio, I guess, in Revelations. You know, the fact that he took the risk of potentially hurting innocents in favor of finding Palaiologos. You know. Yeah, me too, Afro. I think the cape is really stylish. Would be cool to actually have it as like a proper outfit you could choose at any time. You didn't know Niccolo had a brother? Yeah, Niccolo and Maffeo. But I guess Niccolo is the more prominent one, also with Marco being his son.
Let's go.
It's kind of interesting that Altair actually figured out to use the Apo so effectively without even taking damage. Altair wasn't capable of doing that. But Altair also didn't get to study the Apo as much as Altair did, and for such a long time.
All right, this way. This way. All right, this way.
Father, are you hurt?
Give me a moment. The end of an era. When I was very young, I was foolish enough to believe that our creed would bring an end to all these conflicts. If only I possessed the humility to say to myself, I have seen enough for one life. I have done my part. Then again, there is no greater glory than fighting to find the truth.
We are ready.
A last favor, Niccolo. Take these with you and guard them well. Hide them if you must.
Artifacts?
Of a kind. They are keys. Each one imbued with a message.
A message for whom?
I wish I knew.
Yeah, for Ezio. And through Ezio for Desmond. And it's great because Ezio actually takes it to heart, you know. He embraces.
Forgive the haste of my handwriting, Claudia. Much has transpired, and little of it good. I am on a ship bound for Constantinople, in pursuit of a man whose treachery has eluded me until now. Prince Ahmed, Suleiman's uncle, is the man leading Templars here. He is the mastermind behind their Masyaf expedition, and he will stop at nothing to retrieve the keys, all of which are now in assassin hands. So what holds me back? Why do I not take the keys to Masyaf myself and be done with these fools? Because I have been careless. Because the Templars know about Sophia, and they are looking for her. Oh, Claudia, if anything should happen to her, I could not live with myself. I have dragged her into a war she knows nothing about. And it will be my burden to bear if she comes to any harm.
Yeah!
Wow, that's a long time.
Citizens of the Empire and travelers from foreign lands take heed. By order of the Janissaries, new restrictions apply to all who travel to and from the city. Note that a reward of 10,000 akçe will be given without question to anyone who brings in information that leads to the immediate arrest of the suikastçı, Ezio Auditore.
Profit music. And Ronnie, welcome in. Thank you for the 29 months of resubbing. That's a very long time indeed. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good morning so far. But you like how Desmond talks about the memory of Ezio when he's returning from his voyage to Cappadocia and Valhalla. About the moment Ezio decided he wanted to retire as an assassin. That's true. It was really nice they actually included that, you know. I reckon Darby also probably decided that as kind of like a reference to the first major AC game that he worked on. But there was a nice, it really had some nice audio in there, you know, to kind of like connect to the different AC games we've had before. In general, I think, you know, Valhalla has done such a great job, like making references and connecting to all the other AC games that released before.
What's scary?
To see a fair city brought low by these assassin dogs. I shake in anger, knowing they are free. Let us work with the sword, rout the killers, make them pay. Whoever this man assassins.
Let's have a quick look at the bookshop here. If there's like new books that have come into the shop or not. Not actually sure we get to trigger the cutscene with Sophia. Because we still have to get like 200k of Hagia, which is unlikely we will be getting that till the end of the stream. That's right though, because it's not like in the super important cutscene. But it would be cool to unlock regardless. Could also go ahead and sell some stuff here to Piri as well. Would the master like a whole lot by at least a little bit. Okay. What do you have to do to trigger this cutscene? You've never heard of it. So you have to buy all of the books in the game, including the ones in Cappadocia, which is about like 300 to 400k of Hagia you have to spend only at the bookshop in Cappadocia. And then also all the other books in Constantinople as well. And once you have all of the books collected, you can then go to the assassin headquarters, which will trigger a secret cutscene with Sophia where she visits you to have a look at your book collection essentially. But I guess it makes more sense as like a post-main game cutscene, because of course at this point she doesn't know anything about the assassins yet. Yeah, it can be difficult to trigger though, because you really need to spend lots of money on that. Oh really, Harbinger? That's funny because the same thing happened to me, that one of the stalker attacked me when I was tailing Tarek yesterday actually. Fortunately it didn't get me detected, but it was really close to. So maybe that's like scripted to be? I guess if you would stay very far away from Tarek and from other guards and then kill a stalker, you should be fine. But yeah, that literally happened like 2 times during the mission to me. Or something. So yeah, it seems to be maybe like scripted as well. No worries, Carbon. I've only learned about that when I did my 100% completionist run a couple years back. Didn't know about the cutscene before that point. Okay, new mission here. Just following orders. Grand Inquisitor Cisneros has continued his predecessor's bad habit of persecuting assassins for crimes unrelated for our activities. Recently we have been blamed for a rash of murders of cardinals. Find the true culprits and bring them to justice. Brokers of Peace Part 2. The ruling Mamluks disapprove of our recruiting efforts. They fear the growing strength of the assassins and have arrested Grandmaster Mugir as part of a program of intimidation. Rescue Mugir in spectacular fashion, but harm no one. Send a message that the assassins will not be intimidated. Damascus, the Hydra's Head, Part 2. A detachment of Seleucid soldiers from the east has filled the power vacuum north of the city, and yet are experiencing very little resistance from the Mamluks to the south. We suspect an alliance. Send spies into the Safavid camp and learn the truth. Okay, I think... Are there any kind of like special missions left here? Yeah. Must say by any other name, Part 3. Upon further investigation, it has become clear that King Louis XII has Templar advisors poisoning his judgment against the assassins. Root out the traitors in his court and eliminate them. Okay, that's all I'm gonna do here for now. Let's also go ahead and check on the bank here. There's some money to pick up. Wow, no money. So during the entire Cappadocia sequence, you don't get any money from the bank. Wait. That's another thing that can make it really difficult to buy everything in Revelations. For example, if you want to buy both of the books and all of the all of the major buildings and landmarks, then you really have to grind and grind, because the bank income isn't really working all the time, and it's not triggering every 20 minutes either. So yeah. Discovery. Prince Ahmed has threatened to harm Sophia. Find and protect her. Foe sink. If attacked, kill 5 guards in close combat without getting hit.
Earned your rest, brother. Requiescat in pace.
Brothers, sisters, the whole city rises against us, while Yusuf's murderer waits and watches from the arsenal, laughing. Fight with me, and show him what it means to cross the assassins.
Okay, so I gotta get into combat here for the full sync requirement.
Something's dead.
There! Get him!
It could be our man.
can't I counter kill him? Beaten blade. Okay, let us full sync. I can also use the Aerostorm ability like infinitely. As many times as you want.
Suppose the next Sultan would be an easy kill? Your time has come,
Where is she?
Such fury.
Where is she?
If you think you are in a position to negotiate, kill me and be done with it. I am sorry it had to come to this. Two men who should be friends, quarreling over the keys to a library. We both strive for the same end, Ezio. Only our methods differ. Do you not see that? Peace, stability, a world where men live without fear. People desire the truth, yes. But even when they have it, they refuse to look. How do we fight this kind of ignorance?
Liberty can be messy, Ahmed, but it is priceless.
Of course. And when things fall apart, and the lights of civilization dim, Ezio Auditore can stand above the darkness and say proudly, I stayed true to my creed. I will open that library, and I will find the Grand Temple. And with the power that is hidden there, I will destroy the superstitions that keep men divided.
Not in this life, Ahmed.
Bring the seals to Galata Tower when you are ready. Do this, and Sofia will be spared. My brother's army will be here soon, Ezio. After that, everything changes.
How long have you been here?
Long enough. I had Ahmed killed as soon as he returned. But I never expected to hear all this.
And what do you think?
He is a sincere man. But this Templar fantasy of his is dangerous. It flies in the face of reality. The world is a tapestry of many colors and patterns. A just leader would celebrate this, not seek to unravel it.
He fears the disorder that comes from difference.
That is why we make laws to live by. A Qanun that applies to all in equal measure.
Shastadem, stand back!
Hold, soldier! This man is not our enemy.
What a challenge it would be to have a son like you.
You are not dead yet, old friend. Ezio, spare my uncle if you can.
Would your father?
No.
Well, Ezio isn't his father. Certainly isn't quite as cruel. But in your last playthrough, the Aerostorm glitch and didn't work properly? Oh, really? So couldn't use it at all? Or what happened? It would really suck, you know, because it's like the mission where you're supposed to use it like so many times as well. Ava Sackett. You are walking the dog and some a-hole set of fireworks. Said Ezio over here to deal with these firework hooligans. No kidding, it's like just a couple months after New Year's. It kinda sucks, you know, I can only imagine that that would scare the doggo quite a bit. And absolutely rot, you know, rest in peace to Yusuf. The fact he protected Sophia as best as he could, you know, it's very admirable. But yeah, it's very sad to see him go like that, you know, still being quite young. And really having like such a positive impact on the Brotherhood in this city. First warm day of the year, it says tomorrow there's rain. That didn't last long, did it? Yeah, that's how it's been over here, you know, we had already quite warm weather at like late February. But then it just went back again to like snow and cold. And now it's like warming up a little bit again. But I'm sure towards April it's gonna like bounce back and forth again. Until May when we actually have like continuous warm weather. Hey Veshin, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. But it was weird because it would only work every so often no matter how many times you press it. That's really weird, yeah. It's supposed to work like no matter how many times you press it. Wonder if that's maybe an SU collection bug or something. I noticed quite a few when Levi played AC2 and Brotherhood on the Xbox that weren't really present on PC. Then again, it didn't happen before for you, right? So I'm not sure. I don't want to die. I'm beautiful. Ah, there's actually the new armor. Can't even afford that right now, can I? Would still like to buy it. I think we're just gonna watch the Sophia cutscene on YouTube or something before we watch Embers. I think I do that. So I'm gonna get 200k, you know, in that short amount of time. I have nothing to do with it. The strange thing is most people are wearing thick clothing, so usually everyone is already in summer clothes on the first nice day. And maybe they expected that it's not, you know, hold for that long.
Try my compress of coriander and lemon. Ideal for the rheumatism and SARS.
But when you do this playthrough, you wait a bit before using it, not spam it too much. Maybe the game doesn't like it if you start doing it too soon after the mission actually lets you use it. That could be the case too, I guess. It can often be like a timing kind of like thing, you know. Exactly, Carbon. Plus it wasn't like a requirement for my playthrough, so I'm not having to do it like on stream. I just work towards it in case I get enough money at the end, but that doesn't seem super likely.
I am convinced several of you have neglected
If only Altair could see this.
We must catch the master! Mercy! Mercy! Murder! I have done nothing! Mercy! Mercy! I have done nothing! Do the work! He will end up dead or in a dungeon.
Dead or in a dungeon. I mean, we're all gonna end up dead eventually. Unus fair, dude. Just want to pick up some money here so I can buy the armor set soon.
They will lead me to Lee.
Indeed. Very soon it's time for Charles Lee. Hey there, Eline. Welcome in. Thank you for joining.
Who's that over there? That man looks very familiar.
By Saint Simeon.
We're beginning to get the itch to sail again. Like here, it's the open sea. I think I'll join the next merchant.
Very nice session. It's a pretty interesting sequence, you know. So, how are you enjoying Valhalla so far? Do you like it as an Assassin's Creed game? Okay, let's go ahead and find the blacksmith here. Ideally next to a bank. I don't think we've gotten any income yet, but I'm still gonna check. Never know.
May have delivered dominion over the empire to his son, City.
Is he familiar?
Cut it! He's getting away!
Probably not.
My only son is struck by the flux and has no part in months. Help me!
Sorry, I had to mute myself here for a sec.
Indifferent to the suffering of a fellow
You
human.
love Norse mythology. You get 38 hours, 60 minutes game time with 245 power. Damn. 245 already after 40 hours roughly. That's really good progress actually.
Have I done to deserve this? My father is bedridden. My brother's taken by...
Get out of my way. The Viper X quest. It's kind of funny. Because after you deliver the Viper X, you can go on top, like into the city that's built over where the woman is located. Then you can hear them like complain about the smell. It's really funny. Okay. Let's head to the blacksmith here. Now we can buy the next armor set. The Spy riding set.
Goodbye, sir. Hope to see you again.
And also go ahead and change the color dye here for the outfit. I think I want to go for the traditional color here for Ezio.
up dead or in a dungeon.
Said that before.
Only the best of raiment here.
Oh, there's even a new pouch we could get. Poison upgrade. Sure. Let's get the poison upgrade and also the knife bed upgrade too. And let's go back to the original grey color. Using the modern day armor set with the wolf boat. Very nice. What does the modern day armor actually have like as a unique effect? I don't think I've ever used that one before. Okay, time for the next main story. Getting closer and closer here to the last sequence. The exchange. Collect the massive keys and deliver them to Ahmed to save Sophia. Full sync. Rescue Sophia before she loses 50% health. Yeah, one thing I also want to do here, let's go to the weapon room real quick because I don't currently have a sword. And I also want to have a look at the unique weapons we've gotten as well. Okay, here we have the hammers, another axe. We could go for Altair's sword, which of course is always great. But I think I might even go for Vlad the Impaler's sword. What kind of weapons do we have here? Daggers. There's Yusuf's Turkish Kijil. That's a pretty cool weapon. I think I might even use this one, to be honest. As a reference to Yusuf. What else do we have? Mehmet's dagger. This one is quite good. There's Vlad's Tepes' sword. Yeah, I think I go for Yusuf's sword here. It's kind of like an homage to him. Turkish Kijil. Also quite like the design of it actually.
Lütfen beyefendi.
Mentor? Now should be a time for remembrance and mourning, I know. But our enemies do not permit us that luxury. Yusuf thought highly of you, assassin. And I find no reason to second-guess this judgment. Do you have it in your heart to lead these men and women, and to maintain the dignity of our order, as Yusuf did with such passion?
It would be an honor.
Bene, I am glad. Our enemy is close. Take positions around the tower, and wait for my command.
I can set horns, stitch cuts, apply.
Certainly, I do not mind the locals.
Where is she?
I admire you, Ezio. But your bloodlust makes it hard to call you a friend.
Bloodlust? A strange insult from the man who ordered an attack on his own nephew.
He was to be kidnapped, Ezio, not killed.
I see. Kidnapped by the Byzantines, so that his uncle could rescue him and be heralded a hero.
More or less. Now, the keys.
First, the girl.
She's all yours.
Sophia!
Tell your men to back off. She's all yours.
Danazione!
Teşekkürler efendim. Çok teşekkürler.
Are you hurt?
Not hurt, but very confused.
I did not mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
You're not responsible for the actions of other men.
All this will be over soon, but I need to recover what they have taken.
I do not understand what is happening, Ezio. Who are these men?
Run!
And I'm always so glad, you know, that Sophia didn't actually die there as well. But yeah, I definitely expect her to be hurt for, you know, after almost choking to death there. End of the road. Ahmed is leaving the city with the 5 massive keys. Catch him before he escapes. Full sync, kill 20 guards. Now this can be tricky because I've actually played this last year, for example, and I've killed like, I don't know, 25 to 30 guards and it didn't trigger the full sync. So I think what you have to do is you have to go to like regular kills or something instead of like the throw kills. I'm not sure. But I'm gonna keep counting and then we can see if it bugs out again or not. But yeah, this can be a bit iffy. What the game cover considers to be a kill and what it doesn't. Now for the second date. A bit of a different vibe. No worries, hit picks. Thanks again for dropping by and for the raid too. I hope you have a good rest and a good night. And yeah, catch you next time. Shin modern armor set bonus increased attack depending on the remaining health of the target, additional increase to speed. Very nice. I mean, that's pretty good, I guess. Very good to finish off enemies. And I do like the speed increases as well.
We are close. Keep steady.
Well, well. You have come to see me off.
Hang on, Sophia!
Look out! Ezio!
Okay, apparently there's now an entry for Prince Ahmed. Amazing. Use the same song as in the intro. It could be actually, yeah. I mean, there's also different variations of the same melodies as well going on. Something Lombard likes to do in general is like create like kind of like melodies and themes that he's kind of like recomposing depending on the context. That's very true as well, Rod. You know, it's very reminiscent of AC3 already. The kind of like cinematic soundtrack from Lombard. By the time he was a young man, Prince Ahmed was already the presumed heir to the Ottoman Empire, having been chosen by his own father Bayezid II to assume the throne. To many this made perfect sense. Ahmed was a grateful and loyal son who shared his father's distaste for war and his affection for esoteric knowledge. But to others, those who viewed Ahmed's traits as weakness, he was a sad symbol of the dwindling power of the Sultanate, and as such he appeared to many Ottoman officials to be incapable of adapting himself to the requirements of the throne. The Sultan's own janissaries were quite vocal about their dislike for the would-be Sultan and openly questioned his fitness as a leader. Would he protect the empire as was his duty? Would he wage war against the Mamluks to the south and the Safavids to the east? Would he expand the boundaries of the empire as God has decreed? The janissaries wanted positive answers for these pressing questions, and had no faith that Ahmed would provide a satisfying answer. At some point around 1510, Ahmed's youngest brother Selim, with the silent support of the janissaries, made an overt bid for the throne, marching a small army towards Constantinople, expecting to meet little resistance. To Ahmed's great relief, his father Baisid stepped in to stop Selim's advance. But the old Sultan was sickly and, as many people thought, incapable of sustaining an internecine war, as mad and tragic as this one was shaping up to be.
Are you hurt, Sophia?
I don't think so!
Hold on!
Obviously! Oh no! Va bene! I am all right!
Soldiers, up ahead!
I see them!
Okay, that's 2 dead. Four. Five.
Forgive me!
Sophia, you must be careful!
I know!
Steel yourself, Sophia! More soldiers!
It's 8. 9. Okay, we did it this time. Perfect. But sometimes they can like bug out, and even if you get enough, it doesn't count.
Ezio, look!
You have been a thorn in my side,
Wow! Go, Ezio, I'm fine!
way back up in case I fall.
It always looks so ridiculous, but so funny.
Right position, Gerech.
Especially with that music as well.
So what now, Ezio? How does this end?
I am wondering that myself.
Oh! Soldiers! Selim is not your master! You serve the Sultan! You carry out his command alone! Where is he? Where is the Sultan?
He stands before you, brother. Father made his choice.
Selim! Stop! Please!
So, you are the assassin. Ezio Auditore. I am Selim, Suleiman's father. He speaks quite highly of you.
He is a remarkable boy with a magnificent mind.
Were it not for his endorsement, I would have you killed where you stand. Leave this place. Do not return.
You did the right thing, Ezio. This is not your fight.
But where does one end and the next begin?
Bill, good to see you. Listen, we've got a customs officer waiting to talk to everyone.
I hope you have something for us.
Absolutely. Passports and papers for everyone.
Ah, brilliant. So I'm what? A neurosurgeon now, am I?
You're a medical team from SUNY Upstate. Just back from Rome with your patient. Experimental gene therapy.
Good work. Let's get this over with.
Wait, look! This is crazy!
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but Desmond's brain is lighting up like a string of firecrackers.
Here it comes! What is that? What's going on? This is the end, Desmond. Scheduled for deletion. What are you doing? What is a man but the sum of his memories? We are the stories we live, the tales we tell ourselves. Don't do this. I'm saving you, idiot! Go! Go!
I write these lines with a steady hand and a light heart. We are in Acre now, Sophia and I, with the 5 Masyaf keys in our possession, and all the time in the world. Sophia is a seasoned traveler, and a fine companion to have so far from home. Tomorrow we will make our way to Masyaf, and once there, into Altair's library, to fulfill our father's forgotten dream. Forgive the shortness of this letter, dear sister, for it is late, and we are tired. Perhaps, with luck, the next words you hear from me will be in person. Con affetto, Ezio.
A homecoming. Ezio and Sofia have arrived at Masyaf after many weeks of travel. Time to open the library. Rod Clay's second sacrifice, Requiescat and Pace assassin. Absolutely, you know. Like in that moment he essentially also sacrificed his conscience, not only his body, you know. Or just to save Desmond. But yeah, you know, his whole life and death was kind of like tailored towards guiding Desmond towards a better future. Indeed, Afro. Yeah, there's gonna be a great sequence now coming up. And one of the best moments in the entire series. To me at least. Where the Isu storyline, Altair storyline, Ezio storyline, and the modern day Desmond storyline all coming together.
This way! Such a climb. È così bello qui. This is where your order began?
It began thousands of years ago, but here it was reborn.
By the man you mentioned, Altair?
Altair ibn La'ahad. He built us up and set us free.
Over here.
He saw the folly of keeping a castle like this. It had become a symbol of arrogance and a beacon for all our enemies.
And the mandate for menacing hoods? Was that his idea as well? You mentioned a creed before. What is it?
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
That is rather cynical.
It would be if it were doctrine, but it is merely an observation of the nature of reality. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions, and that we must live with their consequences, whether glorious or tragic.
Do you regret your decision to live as an assassin for so long?
I do not remember making that decision. This life, it chose me.
We must hurry.
For 3 decades, I have served the memory of my father and my brothers, and fought for those who have suffered the pain of injustice. I do not regret those years, but it is time to live for myself, and let them go. Let go of all of this.
Then let go. You will not fall far.
Yeah, he's gonna fall into the arms of Sophia. God bless her. You always get a knot in your stomach, Eline. That's fair too, you know. It's definitely a scene that's very emotional. Rod's still one of the best endings, not only for the series, but video games in general, you feel. That's fair too, you know. It's definitely one of the strongest in the series, and certainly a contestant for one of the best endings for video games in general, for sure. I would certainly agree with that. Back to the start of a game. A common theme in Montreal games is like getting back where you started your journey. In this case, in Masyaf, you know.
The end of the road.
What do you hope to find behind that door?
Knowledge, above all else. Altair was a profound man and a prolific writer. He built this place as a repository for all his wisdom. He saw many things in his life, and learned many secrets, both troubling and strange. Knowledge that would drive lesser men to despair.
Does that worry you?
Sophia, you should know by now that I am not a lesser man.
Ezio.
Ezio. You just want to wait here for the dialogue to finish?
You had better come out of there alive.
I plan to.
Nice plan, partner. That is the library of Altair. But it's completely empty. Legendary Masyaf assassin insignia.
No books. No wisdom. Just you, fratello mio. Requiescat in pace, Altair.
You have seen to my books.
Yes. Some we sent with the Polos. The rest will go with me to Alexandria.
Good. Very good.
Father, I do not understand. Why did you build a library if you did not intend to keep your books?
You should go. When the Mongols return, Masyaf must be empty.
I see. This is not a library at all. It is a vault.
It must stay hidden, Darim. Far from eager hands. At least until it has passed on the secret it contains.
What secret?
Go, son. Go be with your family. And live well.
All that is good in me began with you, Father.
Mining?
Another artifact. No. You will stay here. I have seen enough for one life. Desmond?
He's talking to me?
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now it lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me. But I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last, I discover a strange truth. That I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we, who have been so blessed, to share our stories like this? To speak across centuries? Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen.
Do you hear me, Cypher? Can you see me? Ah, there you are. Good. A strange place, this nexus of time. I am not used to the calculations. That has always been Minerva's domain. I see you still have many questions. Who were we? What became of us? What do we desire of you? You will have your answers. Only listen, and I will tell you how. Both before the end and after, we sought to save the world. We built vaults within which to work, each dedicated to a different method of salvation. They were placed underground to avoid the war which raged above, and also as a precaution should we fail in our efforts. Each vault's knowledge was transmitted to a single place. It was our duty, mine, Minerva's, and Juno's, to sort and sample all that was collected. We chose those solutions which held the most promise, and devoted ourselves to testing their merits. 6 we tried in succession, each more encouraging than the last, but none worked. And then the world ended. The earth shook for days, the fires burned for weeks, and when the ash had settled, less than 10,000 of your kind still lived, and far fewer of ours. But we carried on, together, to rebuild, to renew. Listen, you must go there, to the place where we labored and lost. Take my words. Pass them from your head into your hands. That is how you will open the way. But be warned, much still remains in flux, and I do not know how things will end, either in my time or yours.
Wait, look, his vitals are stabilizing. Something's happening. He's moving.
Desmond, can you hear me? Son?
I know what we need to do.
Yeah, that is the end of AC Revelations. What an amazing ending that is, you know. Another message the ISO left behind for Desmond to find, and then actually seeing like first-hand video, you know, on the disaster and the apocalypse, you know, that really like destroyed most of human and first civilization, you know. It's actually kind of awesome, but they feature this video as well in Valhalla. In the Animus Anomaly, you see kind of like the Norse Isu and how they are watching the Roman Pantheon and the cities getting destroyed. So there's definitely gonna be moments in the future where this is still very important, you know. And of course also the different methods of starvation we talk about, different ways they try to save himself from certain death. But ultimately the only thing that really helped them to survive was to secure their conscience, you know, kind of like apart from their body. And because of that, some of them could survive in the bodies of others, or just with their conscience being in the grey, kind of like networks that surround the world. But yeah, amazing storyline right there, you know, how the first civilization is connected to both the history and the modern day. Which is a great thing with Assassin's Creed, you know, and why this ending scene is so amazing is you have like all of these timelines that are like separate from each other but are so important to each other still, you know. And this is definitely one of those moments, you know, where that just comes together in the best ways possible. Yeah, Fua, I think I actually remember you telling me about that with Zipango being in Japan. That's pretty cool. Absolutely right, you know, the fact that we see Ezio and Altair in the same room is such an epic moment in the series as well, you know. And what always gives me chills is that kind of like transition, you know, from Altair's memory to Ezio seeing his corpse. Yeah, that's the one viewer. So Jupiter in the Roman pantheon, he was the guy in Jotunheim that you know, was kind of like the king of the region, and you had to fight him. And yeah, Odin also seduced Minerva pretty much as well. I'm not too sure actually, Afro, how many we have seen exactly. I know that in Valhalla they talk about all the different methods of starvation, but it's of course like behind the veil of like mythology, so it's not entirely how it happened in the lore. It's not getting better, Eline. Could be a potential pure Iso bloodline in the present day. So, who do you mean, Afro? It really is carbon. Yeah, what an ending to the Ezio trilogy, you know. But yeah, we haven't quite reached the end yet, though. Of course, there's still gonna be one cutscene I wanna showcase with Sophia and Ezio. And then we also have the short movie called Embers, which takes place a couple years after the ending of Revelations here. And it's kind of like about the final days of Ezio. And it's also gonna introduce a new assassin, and that is Chao Yun, the Chinese assassin, that you even get to play in Assassin's Creed Chronicle China as well. So yeah, gonna be quite an interesting short movie, about 20 minutes long. So we're still gonna watch that today as well before I call it for today. So praying for 100% Harbinger. Yeah, unfortunately I can't skip credits here, so we have to wait until then, but very soon I can tell you. But yeah, I do believe that treasures and challenges don't count towards 100%. Thanks for the GG's, Lucinda. But you love the idea that the technology they had is something humanity ended up evolving to possess as well, not realizing that the source wasn't humanity but a race of beings who created humans. And through the passage of time, the shifting of the plates of the earth and earthquakes, floods, etc., humanity was put back to zero in a way and had to evolve back to what it was in the past. It's time that veil was lifted and that we only see the East as they were from now on, including their surroundings and the buildings and their technology. yeah, I do like that idea as well, you know, with the Isu, and that it's not about like fantasy or kind of like supernatural kind of like stuff. It's all about trying to make sense and just having like advanced technology. And yeah, like the Isu also have like more senses than humans, you know. But yeah, it's all like built up in a way where it's not serving fantasy but rather science fiction and like something that's like out of the understanding of current humanity. Which, to be fair, you know, like we're of course also a lot more advanced in how we can understand certain things nowadays than 500 years ago. So that whole idea is not like out of nowhere, I guess. But yeah, also regarding that like being brought back to zero reminds me also always of the ending cutscene in AC3, when Desmond sees what would happen if he didn't sacrifice himself. And yeah, kind of like seeing, you know, how he would kind of like be like a shepherd to humanity, only for humanity to go back where they were, you know, embracing fanatism and radical ideas. I guess it's just like human nature in a way, you know, that they can't help themselves. And yeah, I absolutely agree, you know, I think the mythology there just was an interesting idea, and in Valhalla they've done it the best overall to me. But yeah, it's definitely time that we see like hands-on, you know, like more about the Isu. I mean, I don't expect to see like a full-on game, you know, because that could also take away some of the mysticism, I guess, of, you know, the Isu times. I definitely don't think we should see too much of it, to be honest. But having like small things like, you know, the cutscene we've just seen just really increases like the curiosity, I guess. So getting like bits and pieces that are important but not like overly long, I think was a good way to do that. You give you more answers but also raise more questions at the same time. That short film did make you cry, Elaine. That's fair. I mean, you know, it's kind of like the goodbye to one of the most beloved characters in this series, and I would say even maybe gaming. Yeah, exactly, Rod, you know. It just really isn't comparable to those kind of like franchises, you know. And yeah, it would be good to kind of like really try to get back to its identity and embrace that as much as possible. And hey there, Reaping. Welcome in. You were saying Basm Loco is technically a pure ISO. Yeah, maybe you can use the ISO tech and to its full capacity, which hybrids can't. I don't think so, because he's essentially like a sage, right? Somebody who got reborn with an ISO conscience within him. So while his mind is of ISO nature, I guess, his body isn't. His body is human. Same for Eivor and for Desmond's son, Elijah, or any other sage we have seen in the series. They're still humans, but they have a higher concentration of ISO DNA than other people do. For example, I talk about it in Unity at the start, that there's like a 25:1 ratio, I think, for the sage. Something like that. Which means they definitely have much higher ISO DNA than other hybrids, but they still aren't like fully ISO or something. But yeah, I think it would still mean though that he might be able to use the pieces of Eden to a greater effect than other hybrids, with like lower ISO DNA, I would imagine. But that's true, the mythological veil that being the perspective of human in a time period that didn't understand the concept of technology and viewed any technology as magic suits to an extent, but with the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC they're just tripling down on the fantasy stuff. Yeah. It's also not trying to kind of like give you answers beyond the mythology, you know? just plays very loose with a lot of the lore and the storylines. And there's like no definitive answers you get either, you know. I think they definitely handled the Asgard and Jotunheim dream a lot better. Especially Jotunheim, I think, was great for, you know, making that connection also to the Roman pantheon, which we were already aware of. Yeah, definitely Afro. Would be interesting, you know, but yeah, it seems like all of the Isu have definitely died. But yeah, there's of course still Isu consciousness that take over like human bodies. For example, Juno has done the same thing after Syndicate, possessing a human body, but she got killed eventually by no less than Desmond's son, who ironically enough was also the sage of Aita, the husband of Juno. So yeah. Isn't Desmond part Isu? He is, yeah. Yeah, he's a hybrid, which means that back in First Civilization times, one of his ancestors was a First Civilization people and a human. But that's of course 75,000 years ago or more, which means that now at his stage he doesn't have quite a lot of Isu DNA anymore. But because he has both Altair and Ezio as ancestors, which is his mother and father line, both to come together to make him have more Isu DNA than others with hybrid DNA. Because it's like literally on both sides that he has like special DNA. Because Altair and Ezio, they aren't related, but Desmond is related to both of them. Yeah, exactly right, you know. And you can definitely tell that Darby probably was also more involved in creating the storylines for those kind of like dreams, you know. I don't think, you know, the writers really understood the lore and the Isu quite as well in the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC. But that's just generally like a conflict with having multiple like studios, you know, working on the storylines. It's very difficult to kind of like have continuity and consistency between the stories. It just really needs somebody to oversee all of it. Harbinger AC Comics, also known as How to Fuck Up an Interesting Storyline by Ubisoft. Yeah. Yeah, it's still beyond me how they could have Juno be such an important villain, you know, and then just really sideline her so much, you know. But yeah, I guess it just, after AC3 they didn't want to commit to anything anymore. And play it safe so they could kind of like put out more games. But yeah, now that we finished AC Revelations, the next AC game as part of the Ubisoft Montreal run is gonna be Assassin's Creed 3, the last game in the Desmond saga, and I will be playing it most likely on the original version, as kind of like designed and initiated by Montreal as well, because another studio actually worked on the remaster for AC3, so I think I'm gonna stick with the original version. But there's also arguments to be made for the remaster, you know. For example, stealth-wise, it's probably the better game or version because you have like low-profile double assassination, for instance, and you can whistle from more places as well. It's another thing that can be a bit annoying with the OG version is that if you choose an outfit, And it's not gonna be displayed in the cutscene, but only your regular default color, which is actually quite annoying. So I still have to make a decision about that. You know, I might also play the remastered if it's just like working better for stealth and has like more customization features going, you know. But yeah, of course we're also gonna be doing the stealth and all mission objectives challenge, which is probably gonna be the hardest one with AC3, to be honest. Because the stealth is one of the most unforgiving in that game. And yeah, some of the optional objectives in that game are also very, very difficult. Almost like Brotherhood level with some of the missions there.
They will lead me to Lee.
Rod, when you have the fact that a lot of the comics novels now are non-canon, yet use canon characters. That as well, you know? Like, what's the point, really? You know, if I wanted to have that, then I could just read fan fiction, pretty much. You know? Because that's what it kind of like equals to. Reaping, you think they should make another game where you play as a Templar to truly understand their motives? I wouldn't mind that, to be honest, or at least have like part of the game be played as a Templar. Because, yeah, I think, you know, having a Templar that's actually relatable, where you can understand why he's doing the decision he does, would be good. You know, because it's always good when you kind of like not draw a story as like black and white, but try to raise understanding for either side of a conflict. I think Rogue really didn't deliver on that too good, to be honest. It tried to kind of like show the other side, but then it's made the assassins kind of like evil and just switched sides pretty much. I think AC3 did a good job at that role with the Haven introduction and Haven as a character in general. Rod, as part of celebrating the 10th anniversary of Black Flag, you'll be having the main character in every game that has Edward's outfit wearing it. So you'll be doing the remaster of AC3 so Connor can wear it. That's pretty cool. It's a nice idea. And I guess you could also do Origins then, and Unity too. But I guess Syndicate as well, right? Because you have it for Jacob at least. I don't think Rogue actually has Edward's outfit, does it? So I guess you have another reason not to play that one. That's fair enough too, Ronnie. I mean, if there's always an excuse to play Black Flag, I think one should take it, that's for sure. It's too good of a game not to play it. Game with two characters, one assassin, the other Templar, and at the start you choose which side of a story you want to experience first. And then when you play as the other, there's things you didn't see which you can experience. That would be pretty cool as well, you know, like two sides of a conflict. It would also be like a unique take on like having two playable characters. Something Ubisoft Quebec tried to do quite often. I mean, they kinda did it with Odyssey, I guess, you know, having like one be the villain, the other the protagonist. Yeah, I think they can do a better job with that. Exactly, Reaping. It was just like a switcheroo they've basically done with that story, you know. All of the sudden the assassins are about, you know, harassing the civilization as the citizens, and the Templars stand up for them to protect them. It's like, yeah, makes sense. Ah, that's right, Rod, yeah. In Valhalla you can wear it too. That's true. Okay, let's go back into the Ezio memory here because I want to check for Harbinger if I've actually reached 100% now or not. That's true, Eline. You know, these games will always stay with us and they will always be great, at least to me. DNA. And they go Harbinger, 100% sync. All of the sequences have been 100%ed with all of the optional objectives. All of the secret locations have been done. All of the recruit assassins have been done. All of the master assassin missions. All of the faction headquarter missions. All of the book quests. All of the Imperial race missions. And yeah, I haven't done all of the challenges. I've only finished the Assassin Guild. I have 2 out of 10 for Mercenary. 7 out of 10 for Romanis. 4 out of 10 for Thieves. And 5 out of 10 for the Bombs. And I haven't even collected all of the data fragments or all of the treasures either. So you literally only have to get all of the missions 100% done, and that unlocks 100% sync in Revelations, but also in Brotherhood too. But yeah, that means we have now reached the end of a playthrough. But not yet the end of a stream though, because there's still some things I want to showcase for the end of the stream here. So let me pull up YouTube here and then we're gonna have a look. Okay, let me get window capture in here. There we go. But if Roke has Edward's outfit, you will still not play it. That's fair too. But then it's good, I guess, that it doesn't have it, so you don't have to play it either way. Ronnie, you're sort of starting to get the itch to play Red Dead 2 again, sometime in the next couple of months. I mean, that's always a good plan too, you know? Red Dead 2 never gets old either. Have you ever thought about checking out the online for Red Dead 2? Or would you be more interested in continuing playing the single player? Yeah, that's true as well, Reaping, you know. They could definitely make something like choose who you want to play as, and then it would also change and enhance the replayability as well, you know. I wouldn't mind that. Carbon, just out of curiosity, do you think that idea was crazy when he imagined to see Maria, but she was already gone? I wouldn't say crazy. I would definitely say that the apple had an effect on him, and it seems to have some sort of like bleeding effect, similar to what what I guess Ezio and Desmond have, you know, that they can see like the ghosts of a past, kind of, because there's multiple moments where it happens. For example, with Ezio, when you go to Masyaf, you see the ghost of Altair. And when you go at the end of AC2 to your old home in Florence, on consoles you can also see the ghosts of your father and brothers, for instance. And also you can see with Desmond, of course, the ghost of a past through the bleeding effect of being like too long in the Animus. So I think it's more like tied to that, to be honest. You know, it is like seeing the past. But I mean, I'm not sure if it's confirmed, you know, so it could also be kind of like some form of like demence or something. Dementia. But I think it's definitely the influence of the Apo having, like being there as well. I gotcha, Ronnie. I haven't really checked it out before, but I mean, it's still quite a popular game, so it would surprise me if it's like actually dead, you know? I mean, yeah, they don't release any more content for it, but I reckon people would still be interested in like jumping back in every now and then. And I mean, the missions they have released are still active, right? Like, you can still play them, I think. So, who knows? I do actually want to check out the online as well, together with a friend soon, since he's also playing the game currently. Yeah, I do think so, Carbon. But yeah, so before we go ahead and watch Assassin's Creed Embers, I'm gonna go and showcase the secret Sophia dialogue that only triggers if you buy all of the books in the game. And yeah, when you go to the hideout, then this cutscene happens.
Due to increasing demand for the heroic epic.
Hello? Ezio, you old snake. You walked right past me.
Forgive me, Sophia, I did not notice. What are you doing in Galata?
Making some deliveries. Is this where you stay?
See. It is a kind of school.
What is taught here?
Come this way. I want to show you something. I have been stocking the library here with rare books. A good start, no?
Ah, these are all so beautiful. And such diversity. So are these men and women your students?
In a way, yes.
Well, if they ever need a literature scholar, give them my name. In a pinch, I am a pretty good teacher.
If they find the time to read, I certainly will.
Oh, Chaucer. Bellissimo.
And yeah, that's the small secret cutscene. It only unlocks if you get all of the books bought in Revelations. But yeah, let's go ahead and have a look at Embers now. That's the short movie that kind of like was made by the Ubisoft Arts Workshop or something. And that one is a bit longer. And yeah, it tells about the final days of Ezio Auditore before, yeah, his story ends. Reaping an AC Brotherhood when Ezio uses the Apo drains his health, but that didn't happen when Altair used the Apo. That's true, yeah. I think part of that reason is that Altair has studied the Apo for so long that, you know, he's kind of like been able to hone his skills with it. Whereas Ezio hasn't really gotten to use the Apo for a very long time when he first started using it. So I guess that might be one of the reasons, you know, that Altair just spent a much longer time with the Apo at that point of the story. Carbon, also the fact that he refers to too much knowledge coming from the Apo that made him have visions. Still a very charming story. Yeah. That as well, you know, like the Apo has shown him a lot of things. And yeah, it also includes, like, for example, of course, what we have just seen at the end of Revelations, you know, like the Isu dying is something he has seen. Only he didn't know yet if it was about a vision of a future or a memory of a past. And Kafka, yeah, among others. Socrates as well. But yeah, let's have a look at the short movie Embers and finish off Ezio's storyline completely. Hope you enjoy.
See.
I am taking Marcello into town.
To see Machiavelli's play.
Ezio, his play closed 3 weeks ago.
I missed it.
We are visiting your sister. Keep an eye on Flavia, okay?
See, of course.
We will be back soon. Ciao, amore mio.
A più tardi. Be safe. Flavia, tesoro. Stay where I can see you.
Leave her alone!
Lei è gentile, papà.
Go inside, Flavia. I do not know what else to say. I'm sorry. I do not want any part of this.
I want to understand.
Understand what?
How to lead, to rebuild my order.
No, for me that is over. Benito. Now I think you should go.
Ezio, she has come a long way. Xiao Yun, did I say that right? Would you stay for supper?
Grazie.
Good. We have a spare bedroom. You're welcome to stay a few nights. you okay?
I cannot seem to leave my past behind me. I started this act of my life so late, Sophia. I knew I would not have enough time to do everything. Now I worry I do not have enough time to do anything.
Yun! Xiao Yun! Get out!
The wind! It opens the door!
Fuori!
I was wrong.
See, I think you need to go.
My name is Ezio Auditore. When I was a young man, I had liberty, but I did not see it. I had time, but I did not know it. And I had love, but I did not feel it. It would be 30 long years before I understood the meaning of all three. I want to understand, like you do, to help my people.
I was an assassin for a long time, Yun. And I know that at any moment, someone could come for me, or my family. Do you see? This is why I must be careful. I usually hire people to help me with vendange, the grape harvest. But... Entra. Let us get something to eat. Be lucky if these last 3 seasons. This way. I want to show you something. It is nice, no? Llena di vita. Half my family was murdered in this piazza, right there, 45 years ago. But now, see it like this, so full of life. I cannot help but feel content and satisfied that so much pain has faded away. The life of an assassin is pain, Yun. You suffer it, you inflict it. You watch it happen, with the hope that you can help it disappear in time. A terrible irony. Yeah. But there you go. All right. I'm to drag this old man back to his villa.
Andiamo! Hurry!
It was my mentor's wish to meet you. We left China together, in secret, but these men... They caught him in Venezia.
Who are they?
Servants of the Emperor Jia Jing. I was born a concubine, but my mentor freed me when I was young. We returned later to save more girls, but they were... The Emperor is a cruel man. He prefers Ling Qi to beheading.
Ling Qi?
Slow process. Many thousand cuts. Then dead.
Pack some bags. You must stay at Machiavelli's tonight.
What happened?
A misunderstanding.
Give me just a moment.
When I fought the Borgia, revenge drove me forward. And my first impulse was to aim for the head. In time, however, I learned that those who inspire fear have more devoted followers than those who preach love. Killing Rodrigo and Cesare would have accomplished nothing without some equal measure of fraternity. So I spent many years teaching men and women to think and act for themselves. First in Roma, then Constantinople. Love binds our order together. Love of people, of cultures, of the world. Fight to preserve that which inspires hope, and you will win back your people.
It will take a long time. A long time.
If you do it right, see, get some rest. It's a long way home, no?
Much to see along the way. Thank you, Mentor.
Here. This may be of use one day. No. Only if you lose your way. You should go.
We will be back just after dark. You should have stayed home.
I am home.
We will be right over here.
Al diavolo! I hate this damn city. I wish I was in Rome. I hear the women there are, like ripe Sangiovese on the vine, you know? Not like here, Firenze.
I don't think Firenze is your problem.
Prego? Coraggio, vecchio. Get some rest, huh?
When I was a young man, I had liberty, but I did not see it. I had time, but I did not know it. And I had love, but I did not feel it. Many decades would pass before I understood the meaning of all three. And now, in the twilight of my life, this understanding has passed into contentment. Love, liberty, and time, once so disposable, are the fuels that drive me forward. And love, most especially, mio caro. For you, our children, our brothers and sisters, and for the vast and wonderful world that gave us life and keeps us guessing. Endless affection, mia Sofia. Forever yours, Ezio Auditore.
And there we go. That was Assassin's Creed Embers. What an amazing finish here to, you know, Ezio's storyline. I think it's pretty awesome, you know, that we literally experience Ezio's story from birth to death, you know. I mean, there's no other character that we spend so much time with in his life as we did for Ezio. And yeah, it really shows, you know, like how important makes these kind of moments, you know, and how emotional they are as well. Sending off Ezio like this. But yeah, that means we have now also reached the ending of today's stream, because this is gonna be where I would call it for today and for Revelations. But yeah, the next stream with AC is gonna be focused on AC3, of course. We're gonna be starting that game with a Stealth and All Mission Objective Challenge 2. And then we're also gonna make a start next week on the second DLC for GTA 4 with the Ballad of Gay Tony, of course, which we still have left to play. But yeah, I really hope you enjoyed the ending of Revelations and also of Embers and of course of Ezio's saga. Honestly, a bit sad, you know, that I already reached the end of Ezio's story, because I just love these games so damn much. But yeah. It's also gonna be good for kind of like getting to explore like the next generation of AC games, because with AC3 they of course had a much further advanced kind of like engine with which they utilized things like you know, more detailed like environments and more like you know, physical effects. So yeah, it's gonna be cool seeing that again, and also of course exploring like a totally different character, you know, because Connor really couldn't be any more different to Ezio. So that's gonna be a very refreshing experience as well. But yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me here today for the end of this playthrough. So we had a total detection counter of 11 times total, which means it is our game with the second most detections so far in the series. Let me actually have a look here at my document. Yeah, kind of funny, but it's actually 9, 10, 11 and then 43 detections difference. So AC1 is the game I got the least amount detections in, with 9 total. Then we have Brotherhood with 10 detections total, Revelations with 11, and AC2 with 43. So AC2 has definitely been the trickiest one to do completely stealthy. I think it's also like one reason is definitely the length, because AC2 is longer than both Brotherhood and Revelations. But there's also tools you have in Brotherhood and Revelations that just make the game a lot easier, like range poisoning, the Brotherhood system, the crossbow, you know. So yeah, all of that has made Brotherhood and Revelations much easier to do like successful stealth in. But I honestly wouldn't have guessed that I get more detections in AC2 than all of the other games combined, really, you know. Like I have 30 total detections in AC1, Brotherhood and Revelations, compared to 43 in AC2. But yeah, definitely glad how it went with this playthrough. No worries, Ronnie. Thank you for being here and for joining us. Thank you to Carbon for joining us for the end of Revelations. Eli, now I left you sad. Thanks. You're welcome. Nothing better than ending it on a sad note, isn't there? Thanks, Rod. I appreciate it. Thanks for the GGs. And thanks also for joining us today, and also again for the raid earlier too. AC2 is much more unforgiving in how the AI operates while doing stealth tactics. Yeah, plus you can't really use many kind of like ranged weapons, because the throwing knives will get you detected for like a split second. So yeah, I couldn't really utilize you know, throwing knives either, which was definitely a disadvantage. Another thing you also can't do is you can't throw smoke bombs like for a wider radius. You can only throw them where you are located. Another thing that made it more difficult in AC2 for sure. I get 0 in Odyssey, that's for sure. Yeah, a big fat 0 in Odyssey. Definitely don't mind, that's for sure. But yeah, let's have a look to see who's online though and who we can raid today. Let's actually see if somebody else is playing Revelations or like any of the Ezio games here. Maybe we can raid somebody new.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Indeed. Okay, still having a look here for AC streamers. I'm actually surprised how few people are streaming the AC games nowadays on Twitch. I guess it depends what you're looking for. I just look for Origins and there's like a lot more people streaming that. I think I found somebody who we could raid today. Called Sadie Bean Games. Currently they're playing through AC Brotherhood. And it's the first time playing through the AC series, I believe. So yeah, let's go ahead and check it out. Some more Ezio, in case somebody has gotten cold turkey already from finishing the story here. Also want to give a couple shoutouts here to some fellow streamers. If you haven't checked out Rod, Ronnie or Mauler, and I would highly recommend doing so. They're also big fans of the AC series. Rod is currently also playing for Revelations and working his way to finishing that soon with a no HUD challenge. Ronnie has been playing through the AC Chronicles games recently with Russia. And Mauler is currently doing a playthrough of Detroit Become Human as well as Hogwarts Legacy. And also wanna recommend checking out Lucinda too. She's planning on starting the AC series at some point in a few months, also for the first time ever. So if you want to check out somebody playing through the games fresh without knowing too much about it, then definitely go and leave a follow for Lucinda as well and check out those future streams as well. But yeah, for now we're gonna raid over. So if you want to come along, there's some raid emotes in chat. And yeah, I hope you all have a great weekend and I will see you very soon again over here. And no worries, Rod. Always happy for the shout out. Catch you next time.